little inspired, happy, Good for the chakras, I guess. Wow. I came.
We have some news here. AEW.
Wizards of the Coast are on an absolute killing spree. Everything they touch turns to absolute shit at this point. And that's honestly if we're lucky. Sure, we talk constantly about the grand evils of the world. Bethesda, Microsoft, Xbox, Sony, CDPR, and so many others. But I honestly feel like we do not give enough credit to Wizards of the Coast. This is a company that has for almost a decade ruined, destroyed literally every franchise that has had a cult following. And it's not gonna be stopping soon. I'm gonna take you on an adventure because now Wizards of the Coast have decided to destroy the Dark Sun franchise. The Dark Sun franchise is something very old. I barely know anything about it, honestly. I just know that the setting is pretty brutal and cool and interesting. It has a lot of nuance in it, and it's a very understandable, bad is bad type of story. And Wizards of the Coast are gonna remove all the bad from it. Oh yeah, Wizards of the Coast is bringing a Dark Sun back to Dungeons and Dragons in 2027. Slavery is being removed from Dark Sun. WotC, also known as Wizards of the Coast, I'm gonna call him that sometimes in this video if I feel like it, confirmed in an interview. Designers from Dungeons and Dragons, from the Dungeons and Dragons team, discuss capturing the unique, violent, and gritty aesthetic of Dark Sun while also adapting its controversial history. There's nothing controversial about this, okay? They are gonna completely gut and destroy a dark setting. And honestly, this tweet summarizes it perfectly. I mean, this is an example of what Dark Sun is about. Just from this picture right here, we know what's up, boys. Boom, that's right, fist bump. We know what's up, boys. We just need to see this picture and we know what kind of stuff's happening here. Dark Sun should have more slavery. And yes, they're removing slavery. I don't know why. Slavery's pretty cool. I don't know why we don't have it, but it is what it is. Adding a murder, cannibalism, more genocide, more ethnic cleansing, more everything awful. More skulls being smashed in fighting pits, more vampiric dragons sucking the life out of the planet for their own power. More wizards conducting disturbing experiments on the population, their souls black and cruel. Dark Sun as a setting cannot be done justice by the corporate Wizards of the Coast. This is not even corporate Wizards of the Coast. This is woke Wizards of the Coast. The idea that Wizards of the Coast can even handle a setting that has minor violence at this point is preposterous. It's insane. It's abysmal. It's impossible. Okay? And they're gonna take one of the most dark settings. Like, Dark Sun's setting is kind of 40k-ish in a sense. In some ways, it's even more brutal. It can be even more brutal. In some ways, it's more tame. Again, I'm not a huge Dark Sun expert. This was way before my time as an existence even. But, again, look at the picture and you understand what the setting is about. We don't need words. We know what this is, boys. We know how this plays out, okay? And I'm a warlord, and I'm gonna do things. I'm gonna do a lot of bad things, and it's gonna be fine. Don't you worry about it. So, needless to say, the moment the internet heard that Wizards of the Coast are touching Dark Sun, everyone just lost their shit. Granted, I'm a couple of days too late on this, and there have been bigger posts and whatnot, but this is a kind of a big thing, because Wizards of the Coast have been destroying, vocifying franchises, characters for a very, very long time. This is what people are currently expecting Dark Sun to be. Yeah. Literal modern day slop. They're gonna upgrade it to modern audiences, and not even good modern audiences. They're gonna upgrade it to people who don't understand how violence is even possible because they have trust funds and they're communists. The irony of communists not understanding violence, even though it's the prime tenet of communism, will never stop being hilarious, by the way, but this is our life. And now let me give you just a small rundown how absolutely disgustingly horrid Wizards of the Coast are. And when I say small rundown, it's not a fucking small rundown. I'm just going to be fast about it because I don't want to make this a 5-hour long video because it is that bad. I'm not kidding when I say everything the Wizards of the Coast touches turns into woke trash. So, Wizards of the Coast made a deal with the Tolkien estate so they can release a Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings theme set. And they blackified half the characters. Wizards of the Coast in general are making currently things like Angels and Gods black en masse, which is hilarious. And here in the one most notable thing that they did in this set was make Aragorn black. That's right. I mean, I see absolutely no difference. If you do, that's because you're a bedman. And this is bad, but this is just their most minor grievance, honestly, considering everything. Once upon a time, Wizards of the Coast tried to make a game called Magic Legends, which was a top-down Lost Ark type of game. And we can just look at the gameplay trailer for this. This got, by the way, 450k views. Check this out. Now, if you're thinking, did a multi-billion company actually release a trailer this fucking unbelievable bad? Then yes, they unironically did. But it gets worse, okay? We're going to talk about the characters that they allow you to play a little bit later on. But yes, this looks like abhorrent garbage tier slop. Because it is. I played this game, okay? And these are the characters you could play, okay? Strong, independent, diverse woman, number 1. Gay boy, number 1. Strong, independent, diverse woman, number 2. Strong, independent, diverse man, number 1. Strong, independent, diverse man, number 2. Yes, these are the characters you could play. And this one didn't even have an auto attack that worked properly. I'm not shitting you. The game released, by the way. It got closed. It's already closed down. I played it at the start. And Wizards of the Coast, they went all in, okay? This game, they sponsored, this was years ago. I don't even remember how many, 4, 5-ish, something like that. They sponsored every streamer under the sun to play this. Some of them were sponsored to literally play this game for like 2 or 3 days. Some were sponsored to just play it for like 1 day. This game, with literally millions of views funneled through streamers, didn't even last 4 hours. It was dead. The streamers who were contracted to play the game for 3 days, after 2 hours, they literally just sat AFK in the town. The game was so bad. I remember playing this and lasting 15 minutes. Typically, that would be pretty long, but I mean, for a game that's not that long. You know what I'm saying? Yes, this was unbelievable. It was bad on every level. Like, words cannot explain, honestly, how piss poor the experience was. It was horrible. Again, people were contracted for 3 days to stream straight, and they just AFK'd. Their contracts granted, I think there was a situation where they were told, okay, you don't need to stream. Because streamers en masse, no one was playing the game. They were just AFK sitting in the town, sometimes clicking on the ground, and that's it. No one wanted to play this. It felt so unbelievably bad. And yes, again, it's diversity hell right here. And again, this was the Wizards of the Coast last attempt at the game. But it gets worse from here on, okay? If you follow D&D, then you know that Wizards of the Coast currently have made orcs into Mexicans. That's right. If you're a Mexican, congratulations. Now you can write on your birth certificate orc, and it's gonna be great. And all they want to do is just find a home that's gonna accept them. Yes. I don't know what this is, but this is some kind of official spin-off of D&D that's currently happening. I mean, I am literally not even in the slightest surprised what I'm seeing here, to be completely honest. It's probably even, this can only get worse. This was their last celebratory thing about D&D. You know, the gay beholder floating, the kill me now. This also went viral, as you know. I mean, the more you look at this picture, the worse it gets. Again, this is literally D&D. And the funniest part is, Wizards of the Coast WotC is owned by Hasbro. And I did not cover this, but I honestly should have. It's the fact that the Wizards of the Coast part of Hasbro is the parent company of Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast employees are pissed and wanted to do like a strike or boycott or something against Hasbro, because turns out they want to do more than this. Hasbro is actually keeping the leash around their necks so they don't go full fucking in. Yes, unironically, this is not them even fully doing the WoW garbage that they want themselves to do. And they got pissed that Hasbro is not allowing them to go deeper than this. I mean, bro, there's deeper than this? Are you kidding me? They actually unironically can do worse than this? That is unbelievable. Honestly, Hasbro should just take the leash off at this point. Let's fucking see how bad things get. Wizards of the Coast are currently working. Baldur's Gate 3 is officially planned by Wizards of the Coast, but it is very early concept stages with no release date, no assigned developers, and no launch window. Yes. The moment Larian almost didn't make Baldur's Gate 3 because Wizards of the Coast wasn't even that much entrenched in grain in what happened to that game. Okay? Larian does not want to do Baldur's Gate 4 because Wizards of the Coast, after Baldur's Gate's success, now actually wants to step in and also make decisions. That's why Larian is not making Baldur's Gate 4, because they literally said this. This is a thing that's confirmed. And also, all of this is real, by the way. Again, if someone who does not know this channel looks at this, they'd probably think I'm joking or making all of this up. No, you can Google all of this and find it. It's very well documented, in fact. But yeah, Larian does not want to make Baldur's Gate 4 because Wizards of the Coast would actually have high input now, because it's their IP at the end of the day. So Wizards of the Coast owns D&D, same way that they own Dark Sun, sadly. And yeah, that's why Larian is making their own thing. Well, keeping doing their own thing, I guess the right way to say that would be. But in any case, and now Wizards of the Coast is going to try and milk the success of Larian by making Baldur's Gate 4. Yes. And if you think that's bad, you may recognize this fine he, she, it, they, them individual. Yes, we all know what this is, right? This fine individual was rumored to be a part of Skeleton Key of Wizards of the Coast. And, yes, the CEO, the one making all of the decisions. This is the person that literally killed Dragon Age Railguard, made it all about themselves, their own trauma dump, trans identity establishing game. And Wizards of the Coast hired this situation and said, maybe we can get you to make Baldur's Gate 4. You're a great fit. Yes. Now, we don't know at this point if it's actually going to be Baldur's Gate 4, but there's still a high chance. I have already talked about the Skeleton Key studio and whatnot, so I'm not going to go into this too much. Again, this is just a short summary of some of the stuff that Wizards of the Coast have done in the past years. It's bad. And one of the newest games that soon is going to be launching is obviously Exodus. I have talked about Exodus a lot. It is one of the premier space games currently out there. Obviously, do not buy Exodus. Do not pre-order Exodus. Exodus is absolute abhorrent garbage trash shit dumpster fire tier. Go play. Damn, I always forget the name. It's great. The other one. I forgot what it's called. Intergalactic. No, that's another woke one. I'll get the names. I'll remember the names sooner or later. But I mean, if you don't know what Exodus is a Mass Effect successor that Wizards of the Coast is sponsoring. And needless to say, I mean, okay, I'll shut up. Just listen to the dialogue.
When you look out at this cave, the ruins, what do you see? Can you describe it to me?
The walls are towering, celestial. But the cave is starting to reclaim them. The colors are all muted in the dark. Grays and browns. Some green where lichen is growing. The light from the surface is catching in the dust. Looks like fog.
It sounds lovely put like that. The way I perceive the same sight is quite different. More LiDAR than stereoscopic vision. Volume, shape, mass. My drone feeds me data, not video. I know there is light. I could tell you it's precise radiometry and photometry, but I can't see it. But there are things I can see, metaphorically speaking, or, maybe metaphysically. You've seen it, the way I can interact with some celestial glyphs. I'm not like you. It isn't built into me the same way.
Yes. This is Mass Effect 5, by the way, to a huge degree. Some people claim that this is going to be great. I personally am starting to look in the direction of tree branches and tightly knit nooses. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Yes, Exodus. The game where gender and race are so ambiguous that even body type A and body type B are too specific and offensive. And this is what we're talking about. And this is, again, not even all of the stuff Wizards of the Coast have done. This is just like the past 2 years of news. Everything they touch turns to shit, as you can clearly tell. And we do not talk enough about this horrible company, honestly. They're like Games Workshop with Warhammer 40k, honestly, but with a lot first. It is crazy. And again, this is one of the most incompetently run companies ever. Their CEO was a woman whose previous experience was selling cigarettes. Again, I'm not making anything up here. I swear to God, I have not made this. Why do I have to say this? Because the reality is so fucking insane that the normal person watching this who doesn't know anything is going to be like, there's no way this is real. It can't be real. It can't be this insane. It is. Their CEO at the time was a woman that sold Marlboro cigarettes. A gaming company hired the CEO that sold cigarettes. And she completely destroyed the company more than it already was. It is insane how absolutely bad this company is. In any case, I'm just gonna stop before I break down. Anyway, like the video, guys. Takes less than a second. Honestly, this time I deserve it, okay? This was painful. I don't want to relive these memories, okay? I'm just sharing the pain. This is my trauma dump, okay? This is my establishing non-binary identity. It is what it is, boys. Like the video right now. Takes less than a second. Thank you. And have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Here's the tech review nobody wants to make. Keep your phone, keep your laptop, and I'll see you in 3 years. And I know this is going to sound super obvious, but the gap between one generation of tech and the other is getting smaller and smaller every year. And despite all of this, people are buying them in bigger quantities. Apple's smartphone shipments were up 13% year over year in Q2. The iPhone 17 had a stronger launch than the iPhone 16, and Samsung did the same thing. The Galaxy S26 sold more than the S25 during its first few weeks. And not only are they effectively silent about the scale of the mess that is happening and what it is doing to the industry, but they are contributing to making it even worse. And if you think that is just my opinion, then you're wrong, because I have some serious hardcore evidence to back it up. And most importantly, I found a solution for what to do and how to fix it. Now let me show you how barely improving somehow became normal. The problem with the most reviewers is that they judge another product against the other products released at the same time. And when you do that, somebody is always going to be looking impressive, even if none of them actually improved by much. Let's take an example. Brand A, B, and C. Brand A improved by 2%, Brand B by 3%, and Brand C improved by about as much as your last motivational video changed your life.
The only water I drink is sparkling water because sparkling water is for rich people.
Brand B won by every comparison. It has a better camera, battery, and processor. But what if this entire year is garbage? Was it necessary for the release at all? Brand B being the best out of those three does not tell me whether Brand B actually made enough progress to justify another generation. It only tells me that Brand B did slightly better than everyone else. But what happens when instead of asking who won this year, we look vertically and ask whether something substantially changed compared with the technology we already have? Because then you start realizing that nobody ever asked for a camera system trained on billions of images, mostly used to take 37 nearly identical selfies, hate all of them, and post the second one anyway. The problem isn't that reviewers do not mention last year's phones. Of course they do. The problem is that almost nothing changes as a result of that comparison. They can spend 5 minutes showing you that the camera and battery is basically the same, the processor is just slightly faster, and still finish the review framing the product as a good device that you can actually buy. So the fact that this generation barely improved becomes just another detail inside the review instead of the fucking verdict. But here's the question that could completely kill my argument. Do these reviews actually affect what people buy? Or are we just pretending that watching a guy talk about a phone for 20 minutes somehow changes anyone's decision? Okay, let me explain this to you. Your brain remembers things even when you're not consciously trying to remember them. Imagine you seeing a new phone in 5 videos where they just keep showing it, talking about the camera's battery, how fast it is, and how nice it feels. After that, the phone starts to feel familiar, and familiar things usually feel safer and more normal. So later when the consumer in you suddenly wakes up and you feel like spending $1,200 on something you absolutely did not need yesterday, you remember, oh yeah, I know that one, I've seen it before, people seem to like it. But what you will not remember nearly as clearly is anyone saying that it is an overpriced piece of garbage that has no real-life meaningful improvements compared with the phone they released 4 years ago. You might even think you made the decision completely by yourself, but the reviewers decided which products were sitting in your head when it was time to choose. And this part of me is not just guessing, studies actually show this. People are more likely to consider buying something when it keeps showing up in front of them, and especially when it's shown by the person they trust. All they need to do is to make sure that when you decide to buy something, that will be one of the options that pop in your head. Some skeptical viewers might sit here thinking, if reviewers influence the viewers, then how exactly does that cause companies to innovate less? Because innovation is expensive and risky. For true industry breakthroughs to create something genuinely new, companies have to spend massive amounts of money, experiment, make expensive mistakes, fail, and then try again. And if people are already buying essentially the same product every single year, the company has very little reason to do that. Because why change something if what you have is already selling great? The business model of every company is to produce a product with the least amount of innovation, spend as little money on development as possible, and still achieve the highest possible sales. And I want to make this very clear. A company wanting to make as much money as humanly possible is normal, because that is just simply how business works. But the problem starts when major reviewers are not challenging that. They are not explicitly telling people not to buy these products, neither they are trying to push against these companies when they try to sell you their overpriced garbage again. A healthy system needs checks and balances. As a person with authority and trust, someone who influences the decisions of millions of people, I have two routes. First, I can take the route of the unprofessional reviewer and say that it is an overpriced piece of shit upgrade that had no reason to exist at all, and tell my audience to never buy it. Or I can take the more respectable route and once again talk about progress, point out all the new features, explain that not everything is as good as we hoped, but at the end of the day, still let you walk away completely comfortable buying the product. And one of the funniest examples of this in big tech reviews are the benchmark sections. They put up a graph and tell you that the new processor is 20% faster, 30% more powerful. That's great, amazing. But faster at fucking what? If last year's processor has not even remotely reached its limit, already opens everything instantly, and runs everything I actually want on it, then what is the point of another processor that is 20% faster? You are giving me more performance on top of the performance I wasn't even using in the first place. And as someone who worked in sales for 11 years, I understand exactly what this kind of presentation does. Because you put a big number on the screen, make one bar noticeably longer than another one, and suddenly the whole new product looks like a massive technological improvement. And you could argue, why is it the reviewer's job to punish companies? Their job is to simply review the product accurately, and I'll decide whether it deserves to exist or not. But I will remind you that the whole point of a review is to help you decide whether something is worth your money. And if a company barely improved the product, charged full price anyway, and still gets delivered like something worth buying, then the review is not really helping you make that consumer decision. So yes, saying this company did not do enough, don't reward them with your money, should absolutely be part of the review. Because if bad value has no consequences, companies have absolutely no reason to stop giving you that bad value. Okay, would that actually do anything if reviewers told me not to buy weak generations? Would that make companies innovate more and lower prices? Yes. If someone with a massive audience and trust tells people not to buy this because it is garbage, guess what happens? The company loses a noticeable chunk of the sales. Then the other people see that, they also start wondering whether these yearly pointless releases are actually worth supporting. And if that keeps happening, guess what? The company has a problem. If they want the sales back, they have to offer more. Better products, better prices, more incentives. That's how the market works. And the reason we are here where we are at is simply because many of those reviewers are comfortably incorporated into the same business model through early access, sponsorship deals, and manufacturer relationships. I have explained this in previous videos, but very briefly, I'll do it one more time. Companies provide the reviewer with the most valuable thing possible, which is early access. That brings in launch day views, big sponsor opportunities, and popularity. So the reviewer becomes dependent on that, and saying something that the company would not like can make him lose all of that access. So the company releases the product, the reviewer gives a couple.
In Chicago, TNA Lockdown, me and my brother Nick Nemeth go against the Hardys for the TNA Tag Team titles. And I have a little advice from a very good friend of mine, Zach Holmes from Jackass.
It's about time for the lockdown in Chicago. TNA Lockdown everything goes. So, who's what? Do the deal, get everything done, 1, 2.
safe criticisms to prove how independent they are.
Maybe the best desktop PC that I've ever used. The one area where it falls short, ironically, is gaming performance. That's not really an issue when I'm using it as a workstation, wiggling the mouse to embiggen it like on a Mac. This is a critical issue for 66% of our last Linux Challenge participants, but then when I rebooted my system, it caused it to stop working. And that is really high praise indeed. Just like I will praise our sponsor.
LTT recently published another video about the Steam Machine, and this time claiming it was the best desktop PC he has ever used. And if you've watched his previous video, then forget about it, because this one is far more interesting. In the previous video, if he was at least trying to create the illusion of being balanced, in this one, he was not even pretending. The only thing missing apparently was for Linus to publicly announce that he was Valve's general sales manager, because I have not seen any official Steam Machine ad this aggressively framed or this packed with sales techniques and rhetorical manipulation. And as someone with 11 years of experience in sales, I can tell you one thing. I recognize a talented salesman when I see one. Linus could review a car with no wheels and explain that it was never really meant to be driven, but as a stationary office, it was the best vehicle he has ever used. He opens the video by saying that Valve positioned the Steam Machine primarily as a gaming device and an alternative to traditional consoles. Then he claims that Valve got it wrong and that the Steam Machine is actually a much better desktop or workstation and perhaps the best desktop computer he has ever used.
When Valve announced the Steam Machine, everybody, including Valve, saw it primarily as a competitor to living room consoles like the PlayStation 5. But if you ask me, everyone, including Valve, got it wrong. To be clear, it's perfectly okay for couch gaming. It's just that, in my opinion, as a desktop PC or as a workstation, it's a way better product. Maybe the best desktop PC that I've ever used.
That is a genuinely interesting and unexpected claim. So I'm curious to hear what exactly led him to that conclusion. Before presenting his arguments, however, Linus admits that the Steam Machine is not the fastest or the flashiest computer, it does not offer industry-leading repairability or upgradability, and its price, in his own words, is a big challenge.
To be clear, it's not the fastest or the flashiest. It doesn't offer industry-leading upgradability or repairability, and the price is a big challenge.
Before we examine his arguments, I think it is important to define what a desktop workstation actually is, and what makes one workstation better or worse than another. Because if I leave the term vague, I can say that this calculator is the best workstation ever made, it handles professional calculations, has an incredible battery life, and has never once shown me a Windows advertisement. The definition I'm about to use is based on how organizations such as the SPEC evaluate professional workstations through real-world workloads across the CPU, graphics, memory, and storage. It is also based on how Microsoft and major workstation makers describe computers built for demanding professional work. A desktop PC is simply a non-portable personal computer designed to remain at a desk. A workstation PC is a desktop built or configured for demanding professional work such as video rendering, CAD, software development, artificial intelligence, or heavy media production. What makes one workstation better than another depends on the specific workload, but the main characteristics are the ones you see on the screen. So installing Chrome, VLC, and WhatsApp proves that a computer can function as a normal desktop, but it does not prove that it is an exceptional workstation. And now let's see what Linus offers as evidence.
What Valve's designed here is an outstanding little desktop cube PC that manages to offer up some expansion in the form of an M.2 slot and 2 DDR5 SODIMM slots, along with reasonable repairability through a partnership for replacement parts with iFixit, and an unassuming design that manages to be as quiet as it is adorable.
The Steam Machine is small, quiet, and repairable, and allows you to change the RAM and storage. All of that is perfectly good. I have no reason to disagree with any of it. I'm just not sure when small, quiet, and adorable became the definition of the best desktop PC ever made. Perhaps I've been evaluating computers incorrectly this entire time. But let's see, maybe later he will provide us with more arguments to support his claim. Before his defense team arrives, yes, he said the best desktop PC I have ever used. If you think that makes the claim meaningless, despite coming from a guy with huge trust who has built his entire career testing computers, then go back watching his videos. This channel will only upset you. He also admits that the Steam Machine's main weakness is gaming performance, but apparently that no longer matters because he's using it as a workstation.
The one area where it falls short, ironically, is gaming performance. But that's not really an issue when I'm using it as a workstation.
Very convenient. The machine performs poorly at the job Valve built it for, so we simply give it a different job and stop discussing the performance. It is like reviewing a restaurant, discovering that the food is terrible, and declaring it the best restaurant you ever visited because the chairs were comfortable. And his final piece of evidence is that during normal daily use, the Steam Machine does not feel slow.
And for day-to-day use, it doesn't feel slow. Grabbing my frequently used programs was painless. Chrome for browsing, Zap for WhatsApp messages, OBS Studio for screen cap, VLC, a calculator.
And by daily use, he means the brutal professional workload of operating Chrome, WhatsApp, VLC, OBS, and after the successful installation of a calculator.
And for day-to-day use, it doesn't feel slow.
For a $1,000 computer, I would certainly hope not. His next major argument is that Valve has taken Arch Linux, KDE Plasma, Flatpak, and other existing technologies and combined them into a polished, convenient package.
A lot of what I'm about to say about SteamOS is really about Arch Linux, the KDE Plasma desktop environment, or Flatpak. Valve is doing the work of curating all of the elements that make up SteamOS and validating the experience of how they work together.
And Valve really does deserve credit for making the experience coherent and easy to use. There's just one very small problem. This is an argument for SteamOS, not the Steam Machine. These technologies are not exclusive to this device. They can run on other PCs as well. So none of this explains why Valve's specific $1,000 PC hardware is supposedly exceptional. Calling it the best desktop PC because KDE has pleasant menus is like calling a hotel the greatest building ever constructed because someone put comfortable furniture inside it. At this point, I'm starting to think that what we are watching is not product analysis, it is feature fetishism. Linus keeps collecting tiny interface details one after another until the sheer number of arguments creates the illusion that something substantial has been proven. The monitor resolution was detected.
My oddball 6K by 2.5K monitor resolution was detected immediately.
The settings menu is easy to navigate.
I was struck by just how simple the configuration menus are.
Pointer acceleration is disabled.
Thank you for having pointer acceleration off by default. Like, duh, right?
The cursor gets bigger when you shake it.
Thoughtful features like wiggling the mouse to embiggen it, like on a Mac.
Windows reopen somewhere sensible.
A freshly launched application will pop up somewhere sensible, like, I don't know, maybe in the middle of the screen.
You can click a volume slider and hear a sound.
The ability to ping your speakers simply by clicking the volume slider rather than dragging it.
I'm honestly confused about whether I should explain why these arguments are meaningless, because doing so would imply that I think that you need it explained. All of these things may be true, but they are almost completely irrelevant to his central claim that this may be the best desktop PC he has ever used, and to his attempt to reposition it as a workstation. I was expecting him to test an actual professional workload like rendering a large video project, compiling code, or editing high-resolution footage, or doing something like that. You know, the sort of things a reasonable reviewer might test before recommending a computer as a workstation. And naturally, this would not be a proper review without a brief scheduled criticism segment.
The Steam Machine has a USB-C port, and it's pretty high speed, 10 gigabits per second. But, unfortunately, it is not wired up as a display output, nor does it have USB 4 capabilities to allow it to work with Thunderbolt peripherals. Or, while we're at it, a 2.5 gig network port.
These criticisms are funny because they are unlikely to matter to most buyers, and a large percentage of people will never use Thunderbolt or need wired networking faster than 1 gigabit, and that makes them perfect flaws to criticize. They sound technical and important enough to make Linus appear honest and independent, but harmless enough that he can immediately explain why you should probably not care.
Unlikely to be a huge issue for you, since you likely won't be carrying your Steam Machine back and forth to the office in your backpack.
Meanwhile, the actual elephant in the room remains untouched. The real question is not whether the USB-C port could have been slightly better. The real question is how an expensive, underpowered gaming machine became a supposedly better workstation and the best desktop PC Linus has ever used without demonstrating any serious professional workload. But discussing that might interfere with the emotional conclusion, so instead we investigate and discuss the tragic absence of 2.5 gigabit Ethernet.
I suspect Valve knew what they were doing when they focused instead on high-speed wireless networking and left off 2.5 gig LAN.
And then the video wanders into a long discussion about network shares, NAS transfers, Tailscale, Google Drive, phone ingestion, and moving files between home and work. All of that is great, but what is funny is that these highly advanced technological features are being presented as a reason for why this is the best desktop PC Linus has ever used.
get some things out. I about cried 3 times this afternoon. I'm sorry for you millennials. You're the second most hated generation. I'm like, fuck you, kid. What do you know? Like,
and what do you know? Not very much, apparently.
Everything that you Gen Zers bitch about is something they gave us shit for 20 years ago.
Wow, I'm a victim.
Go. Sit down.
Sit your dumb
What's that
ass
damn
down.
song? Sit down, be humble.
Welcome back here, Goldberg. Today we'll be talking about no YouTube for honest men. This will be in relation to Raymond Thoughts in Mind. Let me just say quickly, this video is not your playpen to attack the guy. If you don't like him, perfectly legitimate, make your own video and air it out. Yeah, I know it's tough for anons and normies to
Singaguso. This guy's a special kind of special. Singaguso's a special kind of.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed.
I'm stuck in my house. I got woken up today by that hound dog from hell.
Look at this. So we're just gonna...
Saturday morning. That dog's going. Oh, somebody get the Norwood scale out. Get the measure out. He looked down. Somebody screen grabbed that and enhance. Enhance. Would you say that shit to my face and risk getting knocked out? Call me DSP. You know, you want me to start begging for money and play shitty games too? Give me the fucking $150 on the front end so I can get off this goddamn stream. I'm so fucking pissed off right now. Okay, all right. I'm getting real pissed right now. You just want me to sit here? Just want me
else, because something else is always an homage to something else. There's never something that's actually original.
It'd be really nice if a woman actually wanted me.
The woolly man
on the cave wall was probably derivative.
That's something that feels like it should not be the case.
I didn't expect to feel something that was already written off in my own mind. I suppose that's the subconscious coming out, telling you you're a fool. Even that, stumbling over your own words, trying to get something out. Completely displeased with the presentation or form.
But God!
Does insecurity come from death? A fear of death? Is that the guttural, evolutionary adaptation? If I do this wrong, I will fall off the side of the cliff into the valley, into the gorge.
Is it an archetypal story? The fear of failure means I don't live anymore. And even then, you would think that... Was that developed as a precursor to the... morality tales, the morality police of religion? Not that religion was morality policing, but the consciousness of something after? The awareness of something after?
I watched somebody who was on deathbed's
The
twice.
self-consciousness... Not self-esteem, that's different, but self-consciousness is that an adaptation to a fear of death. And then where does the fear of death come from? Is it a pain revulsion? I know that human beings have a natural predilection, a genetic predilection to the smell of death, human death specifically.
Of religion, you have nothing.
God, I watched.
But the ever-present, present, and haunting feeling that it will end. That haunting feeling that that's it. This is the most your life would ever amount to.
Is that Shelby? Oh my God. Never.
And stillness before sunrise. Were we cyclical beings before?
You all just want me dead.
Did cavemen have insomnia? Did cavemen have insomnia?
Did they rehearse things in the back of their heads? Do you think the Neanderthals, and arguably my
proto-humanic, hominid, whatever you want to call it, my personal genetic code coming from the Neanderthals were they afraid of death? I saw a theory saying that they ate other people.
Shelby?
What's more,
We'll never enjoy silence here. It will never happen. I want so badly to live.
we do the same, except now we do it through screens so our victims are alive. And of course, all of everything I'm saying would be misconstrued.
Shelby? Shelby? But fuck.
Like the saying goes, genius needs an editor. So is self-esteem an evolutionary advantage? Did that develop to keep us falling out of the trees? If I don't do this well enough, I'm not going to survive. Or was it a practicality of survival of the fittest, quote unquote, that Malthusian epitaph?
Is that Shelby? Which is sex. Getting me laid, that would help.
Just another dialectic. I'm better than you. I win, you lose. Nana nana boo boo. You're the one that dies. I did not expect this to hurt as much as it does, but it does. Now I get to hurt. Because I'm alone. In the dark in the early morning. With nothing else but my thoughts.
I just can't believe that I can hear it through the noise-canceling headphones.
What? Hey, Pitt.
Her palms are sweaty.
I forgot what that felt like. I'm only human, after all. I hate to think that caste systems were real, but I suppose that would make sense. Oldest civilization, the one that actually survived. Whatever cataclysm you want to talk about, supposedly 14,000 years worth of history, plus thousands and thousands before that. None of the Sumerians, there was that. The Book of the Kings. But then they measured time differently, maybe. It would make sense that Hindu, Indian cultures would be the ones that practiced caste systems.
Oh, just self-feed pics. Is that Shelby?
I wasn't ready for it to be that predictable. I had even stopped thinking about it, or the possibility of it. I had written it off, but then I wasn't ready for the reality to get shoved in my face. I am admitting some weakness. I hurt myself.
Today.
Not physically, worse. Physically you can solve. It either works or it doesn't. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
I'm just...
Am I the only one that views this as excessive?
There's nothing about me that's attractive to women at all. Then that ghosting that goes away, that sort of soft ghosting, then you don't hear from them. Then I get a text from you 3 or 4 nights ago. Thanks for the movie recommendation.
Is that Shelby?
And I'm sure you watched with him.
It'd be really nice if a woman actually wanted.
Whatever. I wasn't ready for that. But in hindsight, that's exactly what that was, and I knew that that's what that was the whole time. This is about no one. No one specific, don't worry.
Is that Shelby?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter.
I was unhappy with what I had ready for you, so I made something else, and this is the something else. We are reaching the end to this grand experiment, my friend, but I still can't let go of needing to have something in this digital ether because I'm realizing that this is all I have. There is nothing else.
Physically, it was impossible for me to make eye contact.
I just have my own predictability in the questions that I still have unanswered. So what is self-esteem? What's self-worth? What's self-doubt? Self-image? What did I say? Self-consciousness? I'm self-conscious. It's the same connotation as self-esteem.
We'll never enjoy silence here.
I'm self-conscious about falling out of the tree and dying, starving, breaking my leg, not being able to hunt. I can't eat. The tribe has rejected me. I will die in the ditch alone. The saber-tooth will eat me slowly. Eat you. They eat you alive, by the way. They don't kill you. That's in there.
Yeah, don't run
They
into
eat you alive. They don't kill you.
This doesn't matter because nobody listens and nobody wants to do anything to help. Which is sex.
This is about everything and nothing.
Getting me laid, that would help.
I'm gonna try to go back to sleep and get some rest.
Oh, just self-feed pics.
You want me to sit here and wait for money? I can do that. We can do that. We can just wait. I can dark side fill this. That's fine. I'll just sit here and wait. I can sit here and wait. Or you want me to talk about what's on my mind? This wasn't meant to be a doomer channel. Dude, fuck you. Get the fuck out of my chat or pay me some money. I have to get away from that dog. I am trying to move away from that dog. There's nothing peaceful about living next to a highway and the fucking dog. That dog, God, that fucking dog. Right? Every morning, it doesn't matter. The barking dog is lost on people because it doesn't affect them. I'm stuck in my house. I got woken up today by that hound dog from hell. The howling, it goes right through the walls. And I know, no one, everyone laughs at me when I bitch about the dog. I understand that. I'm trying not to lose my fucking mind right now. You guys are trying to push me over the edge, so I flip out and straight freak out. And they'd boned their cousin and their uncles and all. They made the nation of Israel.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I swear to God, if I get another fucking content strike for tonight, I'm gonna... Saturday morning, that dog's going. I'm 37 years old. I'm too old for this shit. All right? I don't interact with women. I saw that cute girl at the fucking Aldi today with the cute butt and those tight legs, and I would love to have sex with her. I guarantee you she's sleeping with the black guy that works at Aldi. I'm really tired of people giving me shit for being ugly, bald, and an incel, okay? Oh, somebody get the Norwood scale out. Get the measure out. He looked down. Somebody screen grab that and enhance. Enhance. It is bald, 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 bald. It doesn't matter what you say. You're going to get piled on. I'll come in and you just keep piling on and piling on and piling on and piling on. Fucking pile on some more. So sick of these constant pile-ons. Because quite frankly, I'm everybody keeps... All right, this is devolving. I've already made my $100. This is devolving. And I'm going to go if this is just going to devolve into a Raymond pile-on bitch. Raymond pile-on session. Raymond pile-on session. Raymond, I'm a fan of yours and I watch your videos and lives almost every day. I say this with all sincerity. What you are doing now in terms of trying to get laid is a purely Sisyphean task. As you always like to say, your YouTube channel will not get you laid. Your dating profile will not get you laid. You don't need to fix your teeth and move to Thailand either. You aren't ugly. You don't have a bad personality, but how you portray yourself to be on your dating profile and on YouTube channel is ugly. So, and by the way, thanks for calling me ugly, asshole. There is no guarantee that you will find a woman, but you could increase your odds by finding a community or group of people to associate with. But I know you don't want to do that. You say you don't want to be around incels. You could make non-incel friends. I don't want to be around people that are making it painfully obvious they're sex havers. You know, call me an incel. You're a sex haver. I'm not an incel, and I like hanging out. Of course, he has to put that in there. I'm not an incel, and I like hanging out on your streams every night. You always say you've tried meeting women in social places in the past, and we're all so fat drunk back then. Things could be different now. Well, I'm not going back to bars now. Or you could sell the house and buy a new one. Yeah, because that's so easy. You could sell the house and buy a new one that is even more isolated. Yell and make even louder demands on YouTube and see where that gets you. Yeah, I don't believe you when you say that you're my fan, because you're sitting here dripping with disdain in my comment here. There are a lot of people that feel for you on this channel and hope that you find what you were searching for. But like another commenter said, you shoot yourself in the foot with nuclear missile. You have to be where the women are, and they aren't on an incel YouTube channel. That is for damn sure. First of all, paragraphs! Fucking paragraphs! Pay for an upgrade on Tinder to try and increase your chances with women. Okay, fine. I'm never going to meet women then. Breathe in for, shut up, Dwight. Breathe in for 4 seconds, hold 4 seconds, breathe out 4 seconds. Very low amount of money for that many fucking things in that question, Susie Q. Just saying. Thank you for the $10. This is just a possible point of conversation. Can you list 5 qualities? 5 of women that of women. 5 qualities of women that you enjoy. Here we go. We're an hour into this, and I've already dive bombed the entire thing. And I told myself, don't talk about women. Don't talk about women. Don't talk about women. 5 qualities of women that you enjoy that aren't appearance or sexual. This is the way to bring women around. Like them. Wow. Subtle patronizing. Actually, that's not even subtle. That's just patronizing. Why on earth would I comply with that request? The only reason I'm here to make money, okay? I'm really... You know, with that attitude, I don't want to be around women. You know what? I don't have to answer that. This is the way to bring women around. Like them. 5 qualities. 5 qualities of women that you enjoy that aren't appearance or sexual. Well, what do they have to offer me than that at this point? I'm serious. They're not feminine. They're not friendly. They're definitely not fit. Del, I will drive you to Wisconsin and take you on a Valentine's dinner.
The power of Crockett compels you. WrestleMania. The power of Crockett compels you.
But you look like Darth Vader without the
power
helmet
of Crockett compels you.
The revival eventually here at NXT TakeOver 2016.
Yeah, there's Planet Fitness at 3 a.m. Right. Guys, I'm really over this. I'm really over this. It is so patronizing when Lonnie, Susie, all these fucking people, they start lecturing me about this shit. And then Lonnie's giving me shit in the Discord. Everybody's giving me shit in the Discord. Like, I'm ready to just fucking shut down the Discord, to be honest with you guys. Hot Guy McGee in whatever movie, show, whatever, expresses his desires. Women just, oh. Wow, 377 people came to watch me have a breakdown. Great. I'm sure half of them are recording it. Shelby was on her stream last night, talking, all gushing all about her. Yes, I watched it up until she started gushing about these boys at work. They were super cute, but they're very young for me. And I'm sitting there like, yeah. My prediction was absolutely correct. She's going to end up with somebody. She'll end up knocked up within a year. You watch. You watch. She'll be on her stream. I'm pregnant, guys. All she could talk, I had to turn it off. I couldn't watch it. All she could talk about was these boys at her job. Oh, they're a little young for me. They're super cute and nice.
Oh, here we go. Let's just look at the freaking flat. That's great. Look at this. So we're just gonna. This is about the way things have been going.
I show the inside of my house and people, you live in a dump. Gee, thanks, guys. I mean, I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm trying to buy another property. I'm using your money to do it. And I would build the gaudiest McMansion with multiple turrets, 3 stories, 40-foot columns, banisters, like spiral staircases. I would build a giant wall, a mile on each side, a mile wide wall. I'd put a moat there. I'd build another wall. Well, so you might as well just have sex with men, Raymond. You might as well just have sex with men. You know, right? You might as well just fuck men. Bro. I'm an ugly troglodyte troll demon. Lol cow incel. I don't meet women in the real world, all right? But I also live in squalor and hate my life. The most abuse I get is from anonymous accounts. Stop being an anonymous asshole. Would you say that shit to my face and risk getting knocked out? Oh, you'd love that, though, because you'd love to get me charged with assault, wouldn't you? It has resulted in 0 peen touch. So I'm trying to be nice, for God's sakes. I am the proverbial whipping boy of the scapegoat of the internet. I'm the one they love to hate. You need to leave right now. Why aren't you leaving right now? Why haven't you sold your shit right now? Why aren't you on the airplane right now? Why aren't you in Asia right now? Guys, I'm gonna shut this down and just let myself just go broke, and they're gonna take my house, and everything is just, I don't know what to fucking do. Do not say my mother. You guys know that that's a patronizing fucking blow-off little example. Shut the fuck up with the family shit, all right? I'm pissed right now, actually.
Growl.
Shalip Quisib. Shlof Bajelja.
Tukinik Sephoim? Yazid. Ravuda. Ah, Fanaya.
Hey everyone, I have an announcement for Jen to be open to a relationship with him, which she kept turning down. She kept saying how emotionally wrecked she was and how she wasn't in any position to date at all. Jason responded with this direct quote, "I do not want to pressure you into anything, but I do think you need someone to be supportive of you right now, and I want to be here for you." Jesus Christ, I can feel the creepiness through the screen. Anyway, after some more Indian call center persistence on Jason's part, Jen realized he was the only way she wouldn't end up homeless, so she accepted the cuck's help. By the way, and this is very telling, Jen stated that both her and Blaha's combined income made up half of the average American household income, which is roughly $80,000. So cut that in half, you get $40,000, and cut that in another half, and you get Blaha's yearly income, $20,000. Yikes. 48 years old, guys. Also, Jason was apparently constantly telling Jen how much of a born-again Christian he is, and how helping the less fortunate was just the kind of man he is. This is funny because as I'm reading the text messages, Jen does a very similar thing. She routinely talks about how charitable, intelligent, and misunderstood she is, like without being asked. She was desperate to convince Dwight how wonderful of a human being she is. She also said that she could walk into any room and have a number of men hit on her. What the fuck? How narcissistic is the Blaha verse? Very, very Bloach-like. Jen was very informative, however. It's obvious how much disdain she has towards Jason. She offered a lot of info without needing to be pushed. She said he has, quote, no internal moral compass. She said he's a narcissist. She said she has no reason to lie or exaggerate any of the things that happened between them because, quote, the truth about Jason is enough. It needs no embellishment. She claimed the supposed apology video he made in late 2018 only came as a result of her advising him to. She then went on to say the obvious, which is that it's entirely inauthentic and not genuine. Apparently, among Jason's legendary inner circle, he was constantly bragging about supporting Jen and making a spectacle out of it. This royally pissed her off and she made him stop doing it. She mentioned trying to make him a better person and how he resented it because, in his mind, any attention is positive attention, even if it's overtly negative. Jen said he hated being made less mentally ill. This is the kind of creature we're dealing with. This is the point in the conversation where Jen brings up Jason emotionally cheating on her with Ruby Cherie. As most of you know, Ruby is where this channel's name comes from. She's an entire Ment saga in herself, which I'll save for a different day. All you need to know is that she was Facebook friends with Blaha for 10 years. And according to Jen, Ruby and Blaha were talking behind her back every single day. Ruby lives in Australia and has never met Jason. I'm sure you've noticed a pattern of Jason being incapable of getting female attention in person. He's just too repulsive, even for your local strip club basement hooker who has to be propped up with a stick because she's about to pass out. Jen claims that Jason mentioned Ruby to her all the way back in the fall of 2018. Jason called her masculine and gross, and that even though everyone expects him and my beautiful Ruby to date, he wouldn't go after her. Jason said he wanted a feminine woman, obviously trying to insinuate to Jen that he wanted to be in a relationship with her. Jason also said that Ruby has a muscular clit and that she was just a fan. Jen speculates that he ended up going for her rectangular Australian body because he thought she could be more easily manipulated. She also said that Ruby wanted to use Jason's grifted fake internet fame to her advantage, maybe not realizing just how hated he really was, and she probably needed it. Look at her abysmal YouTube views. Can't even break 10 views on her videos. My beautiful Ruby just couldn't keep up. Cuckle. On a funny side note, apparently Ruby was cucked into a contract with Jason's social media disentanglement guru grifter friend, Ariel Ziegler. Yeah, one of the chosen people. Jen says that Ruby was contractually paying Ariel $1,000 a month in return for exploding her social media presence, even though she really couldn't afford it. Yeah, that clearly didn't pay off. I guess someone's got to fund my Ariel's third world escapades and desert rat orgies. Jen and Blaha broke up on May 23rd of 2022. His last text to her was, quote, "I still want to let you know, well, that I am a man of honor, so I will pay your last month's rent, will make sure you're taken care of for the next month, because I am a man of honor." No doubt Jason was trying to plant the seeds for a potential second relationship with Jen in case things fell apart with Ruby, which it quickly did. Jen then says how Jason bought her a strap-on dildo to ass fuck him with, which she aggressively had to decline in order for him to stop asking her for. Apparently he bought more than one, along with a prostate stimulator toy. I guess it's like an electronic butt plug. I'm not looking it up. This is where all the pegging jokes Jason gets come from, in case you were wondering. This is a quote from Jen. "He wanted me to get him to ejaculate via prostate/pegging shit." Jen also mentioned that Jason wanted her to force him to blow the dildo. Give him that Uncle Mike special. She then went on to humiliate Jason on his lack of attractiveness and sexual performance. She claims that Jason never saw her nude, never, which apparently he bitched and moaned about. She claims she only gave him oral sex and always spit out his cum, never swallowed, because she thought he was disgusting. She claims that she was terrified of getting pregnant with his child. I guess Jason was too ashamed to tell her he was infertile. She made it very clear in her own words, "He was never allowed to come in me." Jen continued by mentioning how Jason wanted to be submissive to her in the bedroom. Jen says that he would routinely call her queen and goddess, which she hated. He also wanted to eat his own cum out of her mouth, which she was disgusted by. His mangled, rotten teeth were also another point of revulsion for her. Jen made Blaha use straight white vinegar as mouthwash because his breath was so bad. Jen specifically said that Listerine was not powerful enough, and that he was missing roughly an eighth of his back teeth. She even went as far as to never take pictures with him because she was too embarrassed for anyone to know she was dating Jason Blaha. I can't blame her. Apparently he would walk and lounge around in her apartment completely naked, quote, "all the fucking time," in full caps. She went on to detail what happened with Nova, Jason's dog that he killed. When Jason arrived in Illinois, he told Jen that Nova was sick prior to him leaving, and that he had a woman who'd occasionally check in on the dog. That woman, we'd later learn, is Jason's current roommate, Joni Sablatura, who is currently charged with murdering her boyfriend, Aaron Connor. Yes, you heard that right. Jason left a sick dog alone in his condo for a week straight, with a clearly unhinged lady who'd check in on it once in a great while. In fact, or should I say, in fact, Jen said that Joni actually texted him during his stay, saying that Nova wasn't doing so well, which he promptly ignored. Once Jason finally got back to his condo, he told Jen that Nova was lying in a pool of his own bloody diarrhea. Jen claims that Jason saw Nova as a burden, a constant reminder of some stupid responsibility his adulterous ex had left him with. I'd probably hate my life too, if every time I looked at my dog, I was reminded of the non-stop interracial gangbangs my meth-addicted tranny girlfriend was receiving in the next room. It must be difficult when you're trying to fuck your girlfriend, and it feels like you're just humping the air. And with all that said, Jason proceeded to throw Nova into a dumpster, body still warm. Truly a man of honor. Like the pathological liar he is, Jason would blame Nova's death on a guy named Alex Rosen. When Alex was 18, he did an in-person prank interview with Jason and basically humiliated and scared the shit out of him. Even as a teenager, Alex both height and weight mogged Jason, and it was pretty clear how uncomfortable Jason was. Alex would later put up a bunch of flyers around Blaha's condo, flyers that warned Jason's neighbors of who they lived next to. Jason took Alex's visit as a convenient way to misdirect the blame he'd no doubt receive over Nova's completely preventable death. He claimed that Alex broke into his condo while he was off begging for peggings and poisoned Nova. This is obviously a lie, but if you want further proof, keep in mind that Jason told Jen that Nova was already sick prior to him leaving for Illinois. I guess this is as good a time as any to mention that Jason would visit Jen roughly 8 times a year during his deloads. We have all the flight logs, and he would always have to take 3 to 5 layovers just to get from Texas to Illinois, because he was so broke and in debt that he needed to save money any way he could. Jen then predicted Jason moving from Houston to Spring, Texas, which he eventually did. And then she mentioned Jason's alleged deathly fear of spiders. Apparently, he nearly shit himself when he was visiting her place, and she was trying to catch a spider and put it outside. She then said that if you want to seriously freak him out, just send him a picture of a spider. I guess we'll all have to change our profile pics to spiders during the live streams. She also adamantly swears that he's 5'6", which isn't surprising. Jason is clearly a short man, and far from his annoyingly, constantly, painstakingly claimed height of 5'9". He gets mogged whenever he does go out in public, so nobody is shocked. Jen went on to explain Jason's complete lack of personal identity and how he just morphs into whatever his current girlfriend is like in order to impress them. Jason was a hippie, liberal, vegan Greenpeace member when he was married to his second wife. He was a gun-touting Texas badass conservative with Moon Cookie, and he was a born-again Christian with Jen. She claims that he stole the "I sacrificed everything" line from her, as well as the born-again Christian grift. This is the end of the conversation. What is there to say? Emotional manipulation, peggings, vinegar mouthwash, Nova's untimely death. It never ends with this guy. Again, screenshots of this very lengthy conversation weren't posted in order to protect the integrity of the chat. Chat members can back me up on this in the comments. I hope this was informative, and I will talk to you guys next time.
Chris Jericho, and this is actually going to lead to our first What Went Wrong, which might have been one of the worst things ever captured on with 2 pros as well. We'll get to that in a minute, but we've got to talk about Jericho claiming why he stayed with AEW. Here's the quote. This is from Wrestling Observer Live. When it was time to kind of start thinking about coming back to WWE, obviously you weigh your options, and there was a lot of factors, but the bottom line is this, and this was the one that really clinched it for me, was I've got skin in the game in AEW. I helped start AEW, and in a lot of ways, if there was no Chris Jericho, there might not have been an AEW. And that is quite true as well, because he kind of left at the right time. It was like, the Kenny Omega match in Japan, where they were feuding like 2017, 2018 as well. I guess that was one of the catalysts.
That's where he's wearing the face paint as like the evil kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Was he like Punisher Chris Jericho or something he was calling himself? I forget the name he was going by.
The Painmaker, I think.
Painmaker, thank you. There was a WWE before Chris Jericho, there was a New Japan before, there was a CMLL before, and there'll be an AEW after I leave, obviously. And I can't wait to see how much bigger the company gets over the next 10 years, etc. But when it comes down to it, it was like, I like working for Tony. We had to work some things out, which we did. It wasn't hard to do. What do you think of his assessment there about why he stayed, or do you think there's more to it than what he's claiming?
Well, the first claim is absolutely true. I can definitely agree with the fact that Jericho being like basically the biggest crossover name from WWE in a prime part of his career still that could still go, definitely was like, oh, wait a minute. AEW is actually not going to be just an indie with TV or anything. We actually are getting WWE stars or people that can work with these people, create interesting matchups, dream matchups essentially. And yeah, the Kenny Omega stuff was awesome in Japan. I would say there's more, he's feeling that as a fellow wrestler who looks at, as you get on in age and you get on with bumps and everything, I would say more of a work-life balance, quality of life, and basically schedule and freedom, creative freedom for Jericho. Could that be one of the things that had to be worked out some ways? To like, what are we going to do creatively with this next contract? And let's not forget, Tony Khan pays really well. So how much more was Tony Khan going to pay than even TKO with that? And maybe he still has that retirement tour in WWE after this. Maybe there's still going to be something left for him to still do. But right now, I would say AEW would be the one for work-life balance, for the company actually caring about the wrestlers and continuing to pay them, sometimes leaving them home not doing anything, but still taking care of them, not cutting pay. I've never heard about Tony doing what TKO's doing right now, cutting guarantees. So that could be all. And I think what was left unspoken with that I just spoke out loud is to leave the door open for WWE. Because if he said AEW is better because WWE does all this stuff and cuts pay and they don't treat the wrestlers as well as AEW, that would close the door potentially. Don't you agree?
Mm. Yeah, Jericho's pretty good at the political answers. I understand that. But I always thought it was interesting, ages ago when he was talking about, well, it seems like TNA are the number 2 promotion. And this is when, it was the Dudleys and Hardys. And it was the Devon's last match, I guess.
And this is when he wasn't sure if he was going back to AEW, so he was kind of like throwing a little bit there.
Yeah, he was gone for months and months at that point, the learning tree thing. I think it's interesting with AEW because he's kind of like back in the holding pattern, but of what he was before. He's no longer the learning tree, but I think it was a risk him going back to AEW because there's just a certain subsect of fans who just will never like Chris Jericho or haven't for several years. And I don't know. It's an interesting one because, I think the way he speaks, he feels he's got another 5 years in him. And is he right? Does he have another 5 years in him?
Well, from what I saw from the clips outside of the one, I think that was the match with Ciampa, right?
Yeah.
That we're going to look at with the what went wrong. Ciampa's a
No, that was Kevin Knight. I'm sorry, the one that we're looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. But the match with Ciampa really stood out to me. And I don't know about, I would never, no wrestler's ever going to say I have another 5 years left in me because you start to jinx yourself in a way. But it did seem like Rey Mysterio for different things, different styles. But it's like, Jericho's still there. Jericho's still keeping up with people like Trump. And if they're leading the match, I should say more accurately, I don't see why not. I don't see anything where Chris is bumping and you have that moment where all of us take that bump we might think is one too many. And you're like, ooh, and you're kind of a turtle on your back. And you start, there's wrestlers I've seen, by the way, that have literally taken bumps that you shouldn't wiggle your fingers on. Like you didn't feel like you took a high bump and they wiggle their fingers. And that right there is, I'm starting to think about it. Is that the bump that's going to do it? I don't see that with Chris right now.
With Jericho, I think, is it one of the things that helps is that he's never really taken time off? I mean, yes, for injuries, yes, he was gone for quite a few months, not quite a year, I don't think, from AEW, but he spent that time getting himself in shape. Obviously, some people take a lot of time off and get in worse shape as well. Jericho did the opposite and tried to get in better shape, or at least he was for his birthday when he turned 55. It just seems like it doesn't really affect. I mean, he's obviously slowed down as well, but he's also insisting on working with the younger guys with, a very, I hate the word, high work rate, and trying to keep up with them as well. So I guess he's feeling young, which is a good thing to think about.
Well, there'd be a few things with that. Number one, like I said, we always want to challenge ourselves and see what we can do. So Jericho, from an ego and pride standpoint, is going to say, I'm not going to duck anybody and wrestle in this little universe of people to wrestle the style that I can really, truly not. I can really phone it in and do that style all day long. I think he wants to keep Jericho in his mind, I guess, young and sharp. He needs to challenge himself. And also, think about the locker room. Think about Tony Khan. He now looks to Tony Khan, at least from Tony Khan's perspective, he's worth every penny. Because he's not being protected like a Fabergé egg or anything. He's going in there working these guys and doing whatever. And let's talk about Chris. His strengths are the personality, the charisma, the character. And then he has gears in the match. So when you said he slows down, he doesn't slow down when it's time to do those things that are more impactful. In other words, he looks like he slows down because everybody else moves at 100 miles an hour, no psychology.
With, okay, is it fair to say that if he had gone to WWE, because if he stays in AEW, which he is going to do for the next few years, I just feel like nothing that he does is going to mean as much. You know what I mean? It's like still WWE, for all their faults and everything, when they do something right by you, it means a huge amount still. Whereas with AEW, I always still feel that like nothing, not very much grabs me. I don't think it's particularly memorable for the most part. There's just too much going on and everything's quite samey. And no matter what Jericho does in AEW will pale into comparison to like one big run in WWE if they treated him well.
Well, here's the thing. Is Jericho confirmed to have signed a multi-year contract, or did he sign like a 1 year? The timing of this contract is super important because that allows him, or doesn't allow him, the time for what you just said in WWE, to finish his career there, to do a retirement tour. I mean, if you think on the other end, do you think Edge and Christian are timed to do some kind of retire? Because that seems to be the biggest draw right now in WWE, is the retirement tours or the retirement match or the storylines leading up to retirement. Do you see that as being, they seem to be dipping into that well quite a bit over the past few years?
Well, they tried recently to do a, if we lose, we disband and never tag up again, and they won. So they're kind of teasing that for a little bit, but they had more with, they had more with Edge and Christian
doesn't mean leaving
earlier.
the company. Disbanding doesn't mean leaving AEW, though.
No, it doesn't. But I think it'd also just be terrible if they just, because that's where the money is for those two. But the thing is, like Edge and, I know it's Adam Copeland, but Adam Copeland and Christian have not been as featured as well in AEW as of recent. The whole Christian father thing was so much more fun, I think.
That would have been one of the best things they did in years for that company. All right, so what do we do here? Just a little fantasy booking. We can't just enjoy the show, but that's a different company. What can Tony Khan and AEW do to get whatever label or stereotype of, yeah, bud, yeah, it's all right, but doing the Raven, you know what I mean? Because I have no doubt they put everything they can into it, but why did it always seem to look at, yeah, but they're not going to do as good as WWE if they go there? What's missing from AEW that can change that?
I don't know. Do you know when I did my Raw video and I looked at the amount of wrestling on every episode, and Raw for 2 hours, 2.5 hours is like 50 minutes on average, maybe slightly under. And then AEW, for a lesser amount of time, they average over 70 minutes of wrestling. And it's just kind of relentless wrestling for the sake of wrestling. And I think the matches are too long as well, and there's just not enough variety in what needs to be a variety show. So most of it all just runs together for me, plus the production stuff and whatever else. But, I mean, just like, generally speaking, the Dynamite shows don't hold my interest that well. And that's why I think people like Jericho, and the amount of people, they've got 200 people on roster.
I was about to say, you have so much, you have almost a 24-hour wrestling channel with AEW, like all the shows. So if you were to cut back, but then we're in the age of TV licensing deals and watch time and all this stuff. All these metrics, I think, are actually hurting the impact that each and every character, storyline, match, and go ahead.
I was going to say, name one AEW Dynamite you ever watch where you're saying, man, they really left me wanting more.
But then again, you could look at it the other way and say they left people and gave them their money's worth for the people that paid tickets or whatever to go to the arena.
Dude, people were telling me when I went to AEW late last year for a taping, it was Dynamite Collision taping, only the absolute hardcores were like, yes, I got my money's worth. People will leave. We left early. And they gave you no real indication of what was coming next because they went straight into Collision. We didn't even notice. They just switched the banners and switched the ring aprons.
Did you say they didn't advertise a match and you were like, there was people saying, well, if I knew that match was happening, I would have went.
Yeah, I think they probably might have put it online or something, but it's like the vast majority of people are just going to go to the show and know the main event and know that's closing the show. But they did Ring of Honor for an hour or whatever it was. Then they did Dynamite for 2.5 hours because there's always an overrun. Then they went into the Collision. When we left at like 10:30, they went for another hour. It's like it's all well and good saying, you know, get your money's worth, but at some point you are going to burn the crowd. They do the same with the pay-per-views. They burn the crowd out. And these are the hardcore AEW fans. They're burning those out until the main event again. Because they do these 5-hour shows and 5-hour tapings.
Do you think Tony Khan's just doing that because he wants to give wrestlers all 200 a place to work? And you have to almost, and you're still not using all of them with all those hours. There's still people sitting at home.
I think he's a maniac. I think he's a maniac. I think he's like the 1% of like wrestling fans who cannot watch enough wrestling. You know what I mean? I think he's like the one who could watch wrestling 24 hours a day. And there are very few of those, dare I say. At some point, most people are just going to be like, okay, let's have something else. And there needs to be some kind of like pulling back as far as... Giving people their money's worth sometimes means giving them less useless filler stuff.
But isn't that the point of wrestling ever since I was a kid and before that? I don't know about now. But isn't the point of the way they interact with wrestling fans is the anticipation, wanting more, wanting to see what happens next, not feeling tired, almost feeling like I want to go to sleep because it's 6 more sleeps until the next show or whatever. It's like Christmas. That's kind of gone away because there's a period on both shows, on a lot of shows, there's a period at the end of every chapter instead of ... Tune in next week, the old Batman 66 cliffhangers. What's going to happen to the Cape Crusade? That's how old I am right now. So maybe I should wrestle my last match.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Yeah. God, they used to repeat all the time.
I'm still traumatized when I saw Robin and the Clam with its feet hanging out. Remember that episode?
I don't. I had nightmares. Like, let me tell you, because you're a big superhero fan. I remember one episode where it was like a shape-shifting character, and this is from the 60s Batman with Adam West, and it gave me nightmares because it was like a one-off villain, and I remember he like had like a plastic face that he kept switching outfits and
Clayface.
Stuff. So it maybe it was Clayface in Batman in the 60s, which I didn't know would have been in that. And he was dressed as like a chef doing a dance in the middle of the road, and for some reason that visual scared the crap out of me at 5. But I remember that to this day, man.
Well, but let's say we might want to move on because we don't want to talk. We can go into the Phantasm, still scares me to this day, and all these others. Salem's Lot, and my wife laughs at me when the master comes out. And I was like, oh, geez, I'm still scared. And she's laughing.
I remember when I was in school once, and I asked loads of my friends, like what scared you the most as a kid? And do you know what people used to say the most? And I logged this in my head. Prodigy, the Firestarter video with Keith, and like shaking his head and like, I'm a fire. Loads of kids, because that came out in 95, 96, were like, when I was in school, like 9, 10, and it scared them all to death. Like that video, I don't know what, it didn't scare me at all. But what scared me was the original Mortal Kombat and the fatalities. And even as pathetically pixelated as it was, I was 6. Scared me to death. Hated them.
So everybody knows we're crazy now, and we're carrying around a lot of childhood trauma.
There was a kid and gets freaked out by something.
You're starting to see why I became a pro wrestler. I wasn't quite right to begin with.
Uh-huh.
I force myself to do some push-ups once or twice a week, and that's about as far as I get. It's all diet anyway. Yeah, go on and on and on about this. Yeah, the terminology is killing me as well. What you gotta understand is that he has, like, lived this, and I think it broke his brain. And I don't mean that as insulting. I think he legitimately, it just, at a certain point, like, it's been a decade since a woman has been interested in me. And not for lack of me hollering at him. It just hasn't happened. And, all I can think is this is the ball. A guy ignored by women will fixate on his worst qualities until he catches a break. It just, yeah. And you almost grow numb to their excuses. But you're always a friend. You're always dude, guy, bro. You get the dude instantly, it's over. It's done. There's no recovering from that. Like, women that are interested in you don't call you dude. I can understand why he's in the place he's in. Yeah, dude and bro is code for not interested, exactly. And brah. Fuck, I emailed a chick this week, and immediately she was like, hey, dude, do you know this other YouTuber that's a dude? And I'm like, you know, I emailed you to talk to you, and you obviously don't want to talk to me. They immediately start referencing me off to somebody else. It's like, no, we're not doing this. Yeah, and I've spent decades in the friend zone. I'm like Bane. You merely adopted this friend zone. I was born into it, molded by it. I think you're right when you say it broke him, but he decided to research it and really deeply for sure, hence the terminology. Yeah, no, it wasn't monkey branching. She literally just said, oh, hey, I'm glad you're reaching out to me. Do you know about this other guy that's trying to get big? Yes, I'm aware of this person. All men want is our pussy. Yes. Logic embedded in the instincts of human females that makes them place height above every... But, like, for me, what I'm trying to say is, there has been a clear demarcation in my life between when I had hair and when I did not. And it really didn't set in until recently that that's been the case. And I was looking back through photographs last night. It was 10 years ago. It was 2016. 2017 was the last time I was even on a date, and that was, I was hanging on for dear life on the top. It's been a long 10 years. Every other trait. And when you understand this theoretical landscape, it makes sense why even shorter than average women prefer to learn than average men. Because it's not really about conforming to the social norm of having a male partner who's taller than yourself. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but the main foundation here is reaping the evolutionary benefits of a male who is taller than other males. That one's for all you chuds out there the chuds. Oh my god. Dude, I'm telling you, man, he's going for it. Cope by trying to tell yourself that this is all society's fault. And we live in a society that women are just brainwashed to like short men by generations of cultural influence. That this whole state of hypergamy we're facing today. Your longest relationship fell apart in 2015 and it's been toast. It was toast that April. The weather has been choppy since. Well, yeah, like, I mean...
I've said a lot that basically every female friend that I had, whether or not I was trying to have sex with them or not, they pretty much all disappeared over the course of 2015 to 2016. There was a very clear demarcation there. Yeah, all you chuds, you know, the difference between Chad and Chud is you.
You've only had one good relationship and I haven't had a single thing since. It's been nearly 4 or 5 years, zero interest. That's literally all I hear is zero interest or a very small, very haughty, proud, braggadocious minority saying, yeah, I slam pussy every night. 2016 was a watershed year. Yeah, it was. So 2015, I really started to see it. And then over the winter of 2015 to 2016, when the Me Too thing really gained prominence, by that spring, every chick that I would like hang out with at a bar or go get coffee with or get drinks or whatever, take a walk, they just all disappeared. They just all, to a T, every single one of them kept coming up with reasons why they couldn't hang out. And by that summer, I had moved back to Ohio. I'm not kidding. I moved back for other reasons, but I was moved back by September. And 2017, a chick that I went to high school with looked me up 10 years after high school, and we did that. And then since then, it's been, I've been shaving my head every day since about 2018, 2019. When I would let it grow, it would just be like it was bad. I was looking through pictures last night. It was bad. 2022, you went from nearly always in a relationship with an attractive gal to basically invisible. I think it's driving guys nuts. I really do. Because we still have to live and exist and like pay taxes and fucking try to make money and come up with excuses to get up in the morning. And this great malaise just kind of like starts to set in on you. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it hard right now. And yeah, I'm getting ready to gear up to like go do construction for a while. And there's that kind of, impending whatever. It's gonna be rough. But the tax thing was the first time I thought about the male singles and more demoralization. I mean, we just don't get any tax breaks. We are the highest taxed individuals in the nation, period. I mean, the people who want to argue with me on that are just disingenuous. Yeah, Drew, 15 years, man. I mean, the last, 2011 was when my last actual ex finally called it quits. Yeah. Guso's burning the midnight coal. Well, it's only 7:30, so yeah.
Day is completely unnatural. I mean, sure, there's some truth in that. It has been exacerbated by social media and dating apps.
No women watch his content. There are 0 women watching his content. I honestly don't know why women watch me. I have no clue. And all the women that watch me are married or in relationships too, so it's like, what really is the point?
Because it's funny, Meg.
He's a sweet little kitty.
By how many women
gotta get the picture pulled
going
back
over
up.
their height, feeling like an objectified
Over
piece
their
of meat.
height?
And this guy's
Oh my
autistic
God.
too, so don't let autism hold you back from realizing how privileged you are if you're tall. Most of these women won't even care about your personality or.
Don't let autism hold you back. Don't let autism hold you back. You know what's funny? Is for some reason, I've been going back and rewatching the Exorcist series, and I watched The Exorcist 2 and 3 the last couple nights. And both movies heavily, there was dialogue and scenes where they heavily mentioned autism. And I don't remember that being a thing before, the 2000s. But The Exorcist and the mental institutions were talking about autistic people, and they were couldn't talk. And it was just, it's just interesting, because everyone's autistic now. Also, why must males have such a visceral reaction when told a troon is a woman? How can Guso burn this coal in a heat wave? Jesus, man. I knew a girl who called a 6'3" friend ugly and a druggie and said she never dated him because he didn't have his GED, but she still slept with him. Well, dating and sleeping together aren't the same thing anymore. They, in society now, that is actually bifurcated. He's got a short fuse for the subject.
Interests anyway. They won't remember you by your face.
Which jump scare? It was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
They'll remember you by your body. This expert's about to.
Oh, you mean the one where she's in the room and he's in the bed and he, gets up? I saw that coming.
To explain what I'm getting at.
And once you get up to really tall, 6'6", 6'7", 6'8",
6'7".
plausible drop-off. It seems to be a slight one. I think you'd still be better off being basketball player tall than 5'10", but I should note that at 6'7", you're so rare that even if you are too tall for the median woman, for the women who like super tall men, you're probably the tallest man that those women...
Orion Taliban.
Multiple women.
He's talked to multiple women, guys. I'm sorry. I've always thought that I don't like psychiatrists. I'm not a big fan. Just full disclosure. And I'm really not a big fan of... Every time I see him talk, he's got to mention something about, porn. Or, other shit that is coping mechanisms for being outright rejected.
Not who have literally told me that they often can't tell whether a man is cute or if he's just tall. That's how...
Well, conversely, good luck trying to get guys to realize that, the woman that he's saying is hot isn't. She's just not fat. That's the same thing. Guys will say Melanie Mack is attractive, when in reality, she's just not fat. That's an example.
How much height fucks with the female perception. The man could be as ugly as sin, but if he's 6'4", there are gonna be women who will line up to sleep with him because they can't tell the difference. This guy and me are on the exact same page. It's so obvious. Face is so irrelevant.
Guys will literally say Shelby's attractive. Yeah, well, she's something.
To women compared to height, that their brains have literally adapted over millions of years to not even notice if a guy is ugly if he's tall. That explains those videos earlier, those clips with women blatantly showing preference for ugly tall guys over short handsome guys, and saying that height gives you an automatic 3 points. To many, if not most women, it pretty much nullifies an unattractive face. But keep in mind, this is a 2007 study, so
yeah,
before
I on the teeth thing, I went to an orthodontist and they told me I couldn't drink coffee, and I'm like, well, then I'm not doing this. And they were 2 years minimum, and I doubt... She made it sound like the front two, so they're back a little bit, and they're like, yeah, it would be years, and I don't care. I don't care enough. Teeth or not, I just don't care. I don't care. I actually don't care. I'm so apathetic about it at this point. Women have turned me off from women at this point. You were told cold coffee and beer with a straw and $20,000. Yeah, they told me about 7, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't care how much the woman says the kids aren't part of it. The kids aren't. The kids are part of it. That's never not going to be the case. And you just at that level in life, the experience level, it's not even close. And you just fucking forget about it. And what if the kid's older? Oh, it's even worse. God help you if you have a. I mean, do you want to deal with teenagers?
That aren't yours.
That is one thing that I have been hitting really, really hard, is this realization that my life. Thank you, Fedora Operator, for 5,000 kids. Jesus. Thank you very much, Fedora Operator.
You need $100 making fun of me tonight? Oh my god. We need to up the super chat goal.
All right, what is this? What is this? Is this another one of those black videos? All right, let me get this pulled up. All right, here we go. Thank you, Fedora Operator. I was kind of morose there for a second, but I'm very excited about this. Thank you very much. I was just gonna say, as I have been for about the last 6 months, kind of really crashing into the realization that like this is what life is gonna be, and I'm middle aged now. I'm bald. It's sad, and I hate being sad, but it's gonna take a chick trying to prove me wrong to make this fixed, and there's just no one interested. And I
remember when I got the quote for the braces. Everybody gave me so much shit because I didn't do it. But the way they talked and like the things they said, and like they made it real clear that like you're not supposed to drink coffee, you're not supposed to. You basically have to like, and coffee is my vice. That's what I imbibe. That's just the truth of the matter. That and soda water. And I always kind of liked my teeth. I thought they were unique. And it apparently that not allowed to vote with front teeth too. And it just I got so tired of half the people that kept yapping at me about it 2 years ago or whenever it was when I got the quote. They're all banned now. So it just I have such apathy towards any of the looks maxing anything. Like I'm at the point where I so do not care. I so do not care that it just I literally don't care. Like that's the thing. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice to have somebody in my life. It'd be nice to have sex again before I die. It gets aggravating sometimes. It is hard to find a reason to work when I don't really need one. I don't know exactly what. Chadlet definitely is. This video is too long. It's too long. Yeah, exactly. Is it really going to make a difference at this age? This is what I've come to. I just don't care anymore. And it took 5 years, I guess, to reach that point. But saying that doesn't preclude me being, kind of, I'm horny sometimes, and it'd be nice to have somebody in my life, but my options are not attractive. And I'm sorry, I'm allowed to say that. And it makes people apparently irrationally angry. Yeah, women aren't out anywhere anyway. So there's a lot of yapping, and there's a lot of jawboning, and there's a lot of people being very, very upset over my apparent lack of trying. That's what I love. It's like I lost weight, I worked out, but not in the right way. I put my effort into things, but not the right things. I made 6 figures, but not in the right way. It's just nothing about me is right, ever, and that's all they fucking harp on endlessly. And you realize when you constantly just nag at me, I just start to ignore you. When my mother nagged me, it didn't work, and when people nag me, it just doesn't work. I just don't care. It's just like, okay, that's fun, that's funny for you. Things still hurt on me. I'm still getting older. I still have to make money. I'm still going to try to make money. And we are all trying to solve unsolvable problems. Well, I just gave up. And Paul Elam with his whole, well, you can't help somebody that's just giving up on life. Fuck off, you old fucking codger.
Women don't care if you make 6 figures, and in fact, they just don't care at all. It's I have so little recollection because my life was so vastly different 10 years ago than it is now. I have so little recollection as to what life was actually like 10 years ago when I was, and even 20 years ago, because I found pictures of me and my first girlfriend. And then apparently at some point 10 years ago, I had put like 2 images together to compare what I looked like 10 years ago. And man, it was a difference. And it just really aged rapidly from early 20s to late 20s. Yeah, the money only matters if you can just spend thousands and thousands and thousands indiscriminately. All the ones that give a shit about being frugal all have husbands. I don't. Yeah, here you go, guys. You want some rage fuel? Here you go. There's a guy hopping through this video that froze the bank accounts of non-criminal Canadians. He banned millions from air travel and helped pay for a passport system that segregated Canadians from everyday life. Within 10 years, he made Canada unrecognizable, and now he walks and hops around like none of what he did ever happened or even mattered. And he's supposedly fucking Katy Perry, even though, Katy Perry's a dude, but... Jesus. It's too much. It's too much doom. It's too much doom. Yes, Trudeau. Yeah, I don't know. You just, what I'm trying to say is that these past few months, the realization train has been running me over, and it's been really, really tough to keep it going, because yeah, he rode off into the sunset with the FU money. They all do. They do their 2 years in Congress, and then they're out. Yeah, it's too late for Keith. Would have mattered 16 to 26. Money only makes up for looks if he's in the millions and you spend ostentatiously. Guys, I need some hope fuel that isn't fucking gay, okay? I'm gonna take a break. I need something that'll make me feel better that isn't stupid. I just need something that's like real, that'll really actually make me feel better. Fucking Griffin. Oh, he's so subhuman. He only has one hard drive. Really? It just fucking did that again? I fucking hate that guy, by the way. I honestly hate most of these people. These fucking Singu, so fucking... Yeah, it's just not gonna play, huh? Okay, there it goes. Oh, wait. Oh, you had to put loop on, that's why. Oh my god. I wish I had something better to do than this some days. I really do. But I don't. I have movies and shitty YouTube videos. That's it. I have nothing else. I don't even have hobbies. I'm on a PC. This is not a Mac.
The rumors are true, ladies and gentlemen. Raymond Thoughts in Mind, the legend, the Chad, the hero, the #1 inkwell on YouTube, who is actually entertaining and funny, has received a 7-day ban from the YouTube platform for saying some very DEI disapproved things on YouTube. In this land of free speech, because we totally have free speech in America, we're the land of freedom. We're the land of opportunity. We're the greatest country in the world. Really? Is that so? Well, go ahead and say anything, and I mean anything, negative about any of the protected classes. And guess what's going to happen to you in this land of free speech and opportunity, this beautiful country that I would totally die for? You will get banned instantly. Freedom of speech in the United States of America is a meme. You don't have rights in the United States of America. Only certain people, only certain populations in America actually have freedom of speech. But you, if you have a certain tone, you don't get to say whatever you want. Even if you say something that is interpreted as bad, you don't even have to have bad intent. If you say something that is interpreted as bad, our diverse masters that rule our land will instantly deplatform you and attack your sources of income and utterly destroy your life. So you better bend the knee to your diverse masters. And because Raymond did not do that, unfortunately, his channel has been struck for hate speech. Okay? So Raymond Thoughts and Minds, we have our history together. We do have our history. And I don't think he's a big fan of me. That's okay. I'm actually surprised. How could you not be a fan of me? How could you not be a fan of me? What's wrong with you? Are you insane? But anyway, even though he's not a fan of me, and even though we've kind of made fun of each other, and I think, did he threaten to sue me? I think he did. I think he did threaten to sue me. And then he got mad because basically he couldn't. But anyway, even though we have our differences, I do not believe in disgusting DEI, dystopian, clownish censorship that is prevalent in our stupid, insane, disgusting nation known as the United States of America. If you are proud to be an American, you better hang your head in shame, because all those rights that you think you have are a meme. It's fake. It's false. Only certain people have rights. So here's his channel, right? And you're like, okay, well, his channel's still there, bro. Look at his channel. You can see it, right? But if you don't know anything about Raymond, he does a lot of live streams. He does a lot of live streams. And if you're clicking, you're like, wait a minute. Where's all his live streams at? They're gone. Why? Either YouTube or probably he deleted them. And he left his videos. Now, if you're not into like the Manosphere Inkwell communities, you probably haven't seen this dude. But he's basically an inkwell that hasn't gotten cheeks in like 10 years, and he's very mad about it. And it's actually hilarious. It's a hilarious channel. And even though he could say very mean things. And in my opinion, it was inevitable that this was going to happen to him, because our diverse mind masters control everything. If you don't fluff the narrative, you're going to get a strike. And I'm fully expecting at some point for my channel to go away. But anyway, as you can see, his live streams are gone. He left his videos, but his live streams are gone. Now, what happened? What happened? Well, I was browsing Twitter, wonderful Twitter, which actually does give you free speech, but even they can be a little censorious at times, but it's still a much better place for free speech. I just received a community strike for hate speech. Hate speech. What a dystopian thing, okay? Now, if you're a man of non-color, people can say whatever they want to you. They can crap on you. They can crap on your people. They can crap on your heroes. They can fill your head with lies. They can spit on you. They can call you whatever they want. And that's fine in DEI diverse clown America. But if you say anything to them, guess what? Our diverse masters come down and they slap you like the hand of God. Don't you just love America? You should all go sign up for the army, bro, and go fight for it. Anyway, I just received a community strike for hate speech on a video in which I talk about not feeling like I can be myself on YouTube and say what I want to say. Of course you can't. Of course you can't. This is America, bro. So you pull up the screenshot. Hate speech. Hate speech. Oh, I would like to have like a legal immigration system only. I don't like open borders. Oh my God, that's hate. I'm going to report you. Diversity. Oh. Content that incites hatred against individuals or groups based on their protected group status. Now, that's the key word, protected. See, so we're not protected. We're just trash. That's what we are. We're open season, baby. But if you're protected, oh, you're just so special. You're special. Then guess what? You say one thing wrong, it's over. And basically everybody is protected except for one group of people that look like me and have a dong. That's the only group in this clownish, insane, backstabbing, disgusting country that are not protected. This may include dehumanization. Yeah, I've never felt dehumanized before by DEI, but doesn't matter. I'm not protected. How this impacts you. You have one strike. 3 strikes, you're out. It's like baseball, bruh. This content can't be viewed on YouTube and can't earn money. You can't upload, post, or live stream for 1 week. Absolutely brutal. Brutal. That is a big hit, because what he does is he live streams. He basically live streams until he makes $200. So this dude can live stream for like 7 or 8 hours. It's absolutely insane. So if he's not live streaming, I mean, you do the math, 200 a day for 7 days. That's $1,400 of super chats he's not going to get. And that's all the ad revenue and the additional subscribers that he could get, which could eventually lead to more subscribers and more people giving super chats. So, I mean, the real effects, if you can't post for a week, you're talking about $2-3 grand, $2,000 or $3,000 taken away from you because YouTube's AI got you, bro. And oh yeah, YouTube's AI has gotten me too. So because he actually has a brain, he actually started his own channel on Kick. Okay, he's actually on Kick. And I am going to be joining Kick as well. Okay, you can actually simulcast on Kick. I will be joining Kick as well because I know my days are numbered too. I've had close calls, okay? I've had very close calls. And unfortunately, even though there are alternatives, YouTube is so dominant that even if you go to Kick or you go to Rumble, you're not going to make a fraction of the money. And even worse for somebody like me, because I don't make a lot of money off of YouTube. Even worse for me, I don't get eyeballs. And the eyeballs, the big old balls, you know what they do for me? They allow me to shill my tax services and grift tax clients. And yes, book a free 30-minute consultation below. I'm a CPA. Give me money. Thank you very much. So he is now on Kick, and I have been convinced by this to join Kick as well. And if we go look through more of his comments. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to show you. It happened to me. And it might not be people flagging you. It could just be YouTube. I think it's YouTube's AI. That's honestly what I think it is. Okay. He talks about Jeremy. I guess Jeremy from the Quartering. God, that is not an attractive man. I'll tell you that. I cannot reiterate enough. If you are a YouTube member to my channel, please move to a Kick subscription. YouTube wants the milquetoast, boring, corporate slop like Mr. Beast. If I lock you into a room for 2 years, what are you gonna do? If you can eat all of your fecal matter out of the toilet, I'll give you $1 million. Oh, it's bright and it's flashy. Oh, lame, boring. I have an effing visual distortion migraine on, I don't know what that is, on stream tonight, and then had an effing panic attack, kept it calm, and recovered, and then effing got a channel strike right after. This is why I always say you can't just rely on YouTube. You can't. What you think I get all my money from YouTube? No, I get all my money from taxes, okay? I make like 4 or 5x from taxes than I do from YouTube. And that number is only going to grow. YouTube is just an advertising source. But you got to find something that actually pays you that is outside of YouTube. Relying on ad revenue for your sole income is bad, okay? I'd be cooked. I'd be totally cooked. And then he says, suspended for a week on YouTube for doing literally nothing. I mean, you know you've been a bad boy, okay? You know what our DEI masters want. You know you're saying things that go against the DEI rainbow narrative. Yeah, they're going to get you eventually, okay? You just got to accept it. You got to prepare for it. I hope you had savings. This is tomorrow's video on Rumble since I can't publish now. I don't know when I'll ever bother recording another one. It's pretty dang discouraged right now with everything going on in my life. All right, so then he files an appeal, right? Please, masters, please, appeal me. Please, I'm a good boy. Hi, Raymond. You know, this is some liberal, gender-confused psychopath writing this. We have reviewed your appeal for the following. We reviewed your content carefully and have confirmed that it violates our hate speech policy. We know this is probably disappointing news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all, except for people like me. How does this impact your content? We won't be putting your content back up on YouTube. If your appeal was a warning, you will not be given another warning in the future. If your appeal was a strike, the strike will remain on your channel. Oh, man, they got you, boy. They got you. Diversity. No details, a vague timestamp where I talk about not feeling like I can talk freely on YouTube. No, you can't. Welcome to disgusting dystopian clown America. And rejection for the appeal. On a video that's been up for a week, by the way. Oh, they can get you, bro. They can get you from... Dude, I had a video. I had a short from like a year ago that randomly got me a strike on my channel. From a year ago. Okay? They own you. You are their slave. They own you. YouTube is your master. And if you get one DEI fanatic, you know, a Euro hater, if you get one of those and they look at your channel like, oh my God, my medication expired and I'm had such a bad day. Trump really made me mad today. And then they see your channel, they're going to delete you. Yeah, America, bro. God bless America. Land of the free, bro. What a joke this country is. So, did this happen to me? Well, absolutely. So I have a channel called Strongman Blue Pill Shill, right? I got demonetized for like 2 months. Why? Content that appears, I have inauthentic content that appears mass-produced or repetitive to increase views without adding significant educational. Oh yeah, YouTube's so educational, huh?
1 + 1 = 2. If you mix red and blue together, you get what? Orange?
Like your unpaid earnings may be withheld. Oh no, they withheld my earnings. Option 1, appeal if you think we made a mistake. I did appeal. Guess what? Was not accepted. Option 2, edit your channel and reapply. So on this channel, okay, here's the horrible sin that I did. And look at I got some decent views on this channel. I got some decent views on this channel. And of course, you know, I talk about dating. Oh my God. You know, I get women treat me like crap. They ghost me. They block me. They never commit. They're all like, they just do terrible things to me. They really make me cry all the time. And then if I even want to talk about that, our diverse masters at YouTube are going to lay the hammer. Okay. But as you can see, I'm actually like filming videos, right? This is me filming video. Look at me filming videos. Okay. And I'm talking in them. It's original content. But I posted some shorts. That were AI generated. So I made an 11-second or even less, a 6-second short. A 6-second short. And apparently my channel is inauthentic content. But I can make a 30-minute live stream talking like I am right now. And that's not enough because you posted a short, okay? And it was AI generated. You can't do that. This is YouTube, okay? But if I was a DEI channel, oh, that would be perfectly fine. Oh, post as many AI shorts as you want. And half of these freaking channels are AI now. Seriously, here I am sitting my butt here doing a live stream all the freaking time.
That's inauthentic. Oh.
But if I post a 6-second AI short, oh my God, ban. What a clown show. And then, of course, the same thing happened to me. So this is me from, look how, it looks like garbage. This is marriage face here. Look at me now. Look at this man. That's marriage face, okay? That's marriage body. This is single divorce loser body right here. Look at this. I look good now. Woo! Man, I'll miss being married. Ah! So the same thing actually happened to me, okay? My YouTube channel was deleted unjustly. Strongman Personal Finance Reborn. So let's see what happened. He got me. Jeremy got me. So, finally happened, ladies and gentlemen. My channel has been suspended, deleted, whatever you want. What did I do? Well, I made a community post where I basically told Tesla investors, people that made fun of me for the past year, to go curse word themselves. And I didn't even spell it out, okay? I actually had, like, you know, the little hyphens or stars. You don't actually say the bad word.
You can't say a bad word.
guess what, people? Okay. Do you, you know how many people say horrible words on YouTube and nothing happens? But me, of course. You know, people were like, they were talking trash about me. They were mocking me, saying awful things in the comments. And then when I say one thing about them, what do our diverse masters do? They crack down. Actually had that on the post. I didn't say anything threatening. I didn't encourage any violence. I just made a community post basically glorifying in my victory over Tesla stock investors. And YouTube instantly deleted my channel. I didn't get a warning. I didn't get a strike. It was just gone, son. So I've appealed to YouTube. I've contacted them on Twitter. And hopefully my channel gets reinstated. But in the meantime, please subscribe to this channel. I will continue to make content on here. And I will not say any mean words. I'll be a good little boy. Because I know it's okay to start a grift course and, you know, charge people $20K and, you know, have people lose their life savings. That's fine with YouTube, I guess. But if you say a curse word with the F word bleeped out, I guess that's a criminal offense. You must have your channel deleted instantly. But yeah, the channel was gone. It was gone. It wasn't even like, because you can still see Raymond's, right? Mine was just gone. I had to appeal, and I got lucky. They actually allowed my appeal. Dude, okay, guys. This is why I have other sources of income. You can never rely on one source of income. But thanks for tuning in. Please subscribe. Please like. Please share this video everywhere. I need my subs back. I need that sweet ad revenue again, okay? I got kids to support. I got grift seminars to launch. And I'll talk to you soon. Cheers. Well, there you have it. Isn't YouTube awesome? And I've gotten strikes. I've gotten everything, bro. I've been on borderline for many times before. So I'm not surprised that Raymond got in trouble. And honestly, his best bet, you need to get over to Kick, boy. You need to get over at Kick. I would just post videos here to like bring in people, shill your Kick on every video, and then just stay on Kick for live stream exclusive. That's the only way to do it. I don't know if this thumbnail may have hurt him too. Look at this thumbnail. All right, let's do member-only comments. All right. Man, we got a lot of members here. Revisiting some of George Carlin's stuff here lately, it's about time for me to have a reminder. Yeah, I never really watched him. Freedom of speech doesn't include lies like what you've known for. Oh, okay. I just lie nonstop. Everything that comes out of my mouth is a lie.
Freedom of speech doesn't include anything that I don't like, actually. Oh!
How many days? 12 days. And older episodes of the wait, you're watching the Tim Dillon show and not Strongman Personal Finance? How dare you? How dare you?
YouTube is a private company. They're allowed to censor anyone they...
Yeah, we just could have one mega corporation. That is the only place where you can discuss anything. The only place where you can talk to people.
And it's a private company. They can do whatever they want.
They should be sued into oblivion. Clown America. Welcome to the circus, John Fisherman. Don't take yourself too seriously here. That's true, Solitaire. Of course, Alan agrees, yeah. Strawman, I just had to sit through 2 ads. Please, do worse, LOL. You're a good boy. Make sure you watch all the abs.
If you're well aware of how sensitive YouTube, why do you continue to push the envelope? You depend on it to find clients and feed your children.
I mean, I actually have enough clients at this point where I think I'd be fine. Honestly, I think I would. And I can grow clients other ways. Like, there's other ways I can grow my client base. I would just have to advertise more heavily locally. It's not the end of the world if I lose my YouTube channel. It would suck, but it's not the end of the world. I've started to get more clients locally. I have. And I keep the old clients. I rely on referrals. There's multiple ways that I get clients. It's not just through YouTube. I'd say about a quarter of my business has come through referrals. So, yeah, I don't like being censored. It pisses me off because I'm a man with a spine, Alan. You wouldn't understand that because you're a wagey. You know, you just kind of take whatever they tell you to do. You like to take it, and you know what? You don't like to question authority. Whatever your masters tell you, you agree with. Oh, yeah, I'm not like that, okay? I'm a man. I'm masculine. You're feminine. You're submissive. There's an alternative Rumble that you can post. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I got deleted on YouTube, I'd be on Kick. I'd be on Rumble. I'd be on X. There's other ways. It's not the end of the world. It just sucks, okay? I can't wait for Strongman to get banned for being a discriminatory clown. See? Look at that. See? This is how it goes, okay? Well, they can discriminate against us. That's fine. Free market, bro. Yeah, there's no free market. Strongman better not get banned before my membership expires, or I better get my money back. Yeah. Oh, Alan, man, you gonna sue me, bro? You gonna sue me for $5? We should go to court, bro. The Keno Casino clowned on this guy. Didn't they get deleted too? YouTube is political too. I've seen streamers where a creator promises to help friends get strikes, bans removed. They have friends hire. Of course they do. Clown world, okay? This is why I can't work. I can never like work for one place. That's why I like to diversify my income. Okay. I've got investments. I'm in the Army. I'm on YouTube. I have taxes. I like having a diversified income stream because I don't like having my income reliant on one BS corporation to feed my family, as you would say. Alan, you'll get your prorated 39-cent. Dude, he would complain about that, dude. What's the line for you? Doxing? Well, I mean, what do you mean? Like, what's the line for me? I would say, like, if you're like, oh, go to somebody's house and throw stuff at it. I mean, that's probably the line right there. Okay. But yeah, you should be able to say whatever you want about people. Okay. I don't see what the problem is. Oh, but you hurt my feelings. Yeah, go read my YouTube comments. You want to talk about hurt feelings? Go read what people say when I criticize their clown stocks. Have you received strikes from you? I have. I indeed have. Oh, here's Alan shilling for the boy. Here's Alan shilling for the man. You are the biggest sellout little bussy boy I've ever seen.
Because YouTube is a private business. They can set certain rules. You wouldn't like being forced to do work for all the races that you hate.
Alan, you know they apply their rules selectively too. You think it's just totally unbiased, bro? Seriously? How is that correct? If the rules are applied selectively, how is that okay?
Yeah, it's a private company though. Oh, I'm a shill for the system. I'm a shill for the man.
Looks like you're taking I looked like garbage back then. Good Lord. Man, I was like 5 years younger. Woo! Not good. Correct, Alan. Great advice. I would not be surprised to see. I mean, I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I hope it doesn't happen, but he is poking the bear. I'm poking the rainbow bear. The good days when the queen would send Strongman to the garage and yell at him. I mean, because like I had my my kids each had a room, right?
And she's like, you can't have your computer in our bedroom.
Even though I could just shut it off at the end of the day.
No.
So there I was in the garage. Alan, did you ever see the live stream where the queen came back home early and she caught Strongman live streaming and she started? Oh, yeah, she got mad when I generated income. Nothing set her off than me making money. Oh, my God, you're making money? Stop. Why are you making money? And then, but she'd spend it. Oh, she'd spend it. But if I made money, so it's like I somehow have to like spend infinite money, but making money, like I can't do that. Like, I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm trying to understand. I may start doing AI cartoons for dogs. Seems like a safe space. Maybe.
I don't remember that particular stream, but I do remember her forcing Strongman into the garage.
I knew the divorce was coming after that moment. I also predicted Fabio's divorce. I mean, it's easy to predict divorce. It happens like half of the time. You know how you don't get divorced? You bend the knee to your queen. You submit. When she says, do this, you say, yes, ma'am. When she says something ridiculous, you say, that's great, honey. That's how you don't get divorced. If you stand up and you resist and you fight and you don't put up with nonsense, oh yeah, you're probably going to get divorced. Bend the knee, boys. You want to stay married? Bend the knee. Submit to your goddess.
I don't follow him now.
The rise and fall of strongman personal finance. His Brazilian ex-wife, foolish queen, thinks she's the queen of the house, sending strongman to the garage when strongman pays the bills. No, that's how it works. Okay, you gotta spend infinite money, and somehow you gotta make the money. But if you make the money, then you're not helping her with the kids. So you're actually not a good person because you went to work to make money to support her spending habits. And it's not fair because she has to watch the kids while you're at work. That's not fair because you're not doing it 50-50. But you're making all the money. You're making 100% of the money, but you somehow have to do 50% of the childcare when you're literally working. Do you see like the clownishness of our modern insane clown society? I hate it. I hate this. I hate this country. I hate this society. I hate everything. I'm just this little inkwell sitting in his house venting on YouTube. No, I didn't obey her. That's why I'm divorced. Well, I mean, the garage, it was kind of logical because, like, the kids have their rooms, and then I have my bedroom. I mean, I could have done that. I could have fought harder on the bedroom, but, God, you don't understand, man.
I never said YouTube was fair.
12 days. Nothing better than sitting in a nice garage with a cigar during the workday. I prefer nicotine pouches. I can just stay in the house. I don't have to sit there and do nothing. I can like pop in a nicotine pouch and I can do a YouTube video. See? Or I can, I don't know, play RuneScape. 12 days. Do it now. What a scrub. Anyway, that's the video. Everybody stand up and give a salute to the Ray Master. Okay? All right, bro. Look, listen to me, bro. Listen to me. Just post videos on YouTube. I mean, you'll eventually get deleted. That's just what's going to happen, okay? You're not part of the privilege class. Post videos. Every time you post a video, she'll kick. And then, once you eventually get deleted off YouTube, hopefully you have enough people on Kick. And I am signing up for Kick right after this. Well, it is almost lunchtime. Maybe I'll get some lunch, and then I'll sign up for Kick. I don't know. Should I sign up for Kick first? And then have lunch? I don't know. I can't make a decision. Oh! Ban him. No, I mean, he paid. I don't know what that means. Oh, is it the U.S.? Oh, you flying the U.S. flag? Kick is for kids and Inkwell. I mean, but like, what's your option, dude? I think I could be popular on Kick. If I talk about dating stuff, I think I could be popular on Kick. I actually go on dates. Women actually find me attractive. I actually interact with women, okay? But I still act like an inkwell. So I think I bring that new perspective.
It's not even 11. Lunch can wait.
Oh, Alan, your advice is very important to me. I value your advice. Thank you, Alan, for your contribution. No good options. Oh, he'll be gone in 12 days. Don't worry. All right, like, subscribe, join as a member, support the channel, $5 a month. I read all your clownish comments, and you get exclusive member-only content. There is a whole library of member-only content. On top of that, I am a certified public accountant. I can do your business and or personal taxes any state of the United States. You can talk to me for free. I give you upfront fixed quotes, and I can do your taxes like a boss. That includes back taxes if you haven't filed in a couple of years. That includes amending your taxes if somebody screwed it up. I've done that where H&R Block screwed up somebody's taxes, and I amended for the past 3 years. I've done plenty of amendments. If you've extended your taxes, I can finish your taxes once you get all your required documents, and I can do tax planning. If you are a business owner and you are making a lot of profit and you are not making quarterly estimated payments or don't know how much to pay in quarterly estimated payments, I can help you with that as well. The Kick app sucks. How dare you bash those kids? Dude, they suck. It's just a fact. All right, guys, I'll see you later. Cheers.